On a humid Saturday afternoon in Atlanta, Fox Sports welcomes you to Turner Field. It's the second of a three-game interleague series between the first-place Texas Rangers and the wild card leading Atlanta Braves. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kenny Albert. Welcome to Fox Saturday Baseball. The Texas Rangers are the defending American League champions. They would love to get back to the postseason this October. Ran into a bit of a speed bump this week by losing 5 in a row, including 3 straight to the New York Yankees. But as I welcome in Eric Karros, Rangers back on track with a 6-2 win here in Atlanta last night in the series opener, led by the defending American League most valuable player.
Josh Hamilton is swinging it. When you talk about interleague play, my man has a 24-game hitting streak. He's hitting almost 460. When he's in the lineup, the Texas Rangers this year, 8 games over 500. You want to talk Texas Rangers? You go back to the beginning of last year. No manager has had his team in first place for more days than Ron Washington and his Texas Rangers.
And the Rangers will look to maintain their hold on first place in the American League West today here in Atlanta. Braves will send Derek Lowe to the mound against Matt Harrison. It's the Rangers and the Braves coming up next right here on Fox. Braves and the Rangers. Texas with a record of 37 and 34. First place by 1/2 game in the American League West. The Rangers batting order brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bunny. And Kinsler leads off, followed by the shortstop Elvis Andrus. Josh Hamilton hits third. Adrian Beltre in the cleanup spot. Then first baseman Michael Young. Left fielder Nelson Cruz hits sixth. Bottom of the order, Mitch Moreland, Yorvit Torrealba, and the pitcher Matt Harrison as the Rangers get set to face the 38-year-old right-hander. Derek Lowe comes in with a record of 3-5 in 15 starts. Has not won, Eric, over his last 7 starts.
Yeah, he really hasn't pitched that poorly. Bottom line is he just hasn't had a lot of run support. We take a look at the scouting report. He can't be so fine. And we spoke to manager Freddie Gonzalez, and he felt like Derek Lowe had to be so perfect because he didn't feel like he was going to get a lot of offensive support. He's got to keep the top of this Ranger lineup off base. Kinsler and Andrews, get him out.
And the opening pitch is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Derek Lowe, 160 career victories, two-time All-Star back in 2002. Ian Kinsler steps in and takes ball one. Kinsler batting just .233, but as manager Ron Washington pointed out to us earlier today, still in the top 10 of the league in both walks and runs scored, and leads off this game with a base hit into left center. So the leadoff bat is on for the Rangers here in the first as we check out the Braves in the field. Wilkin Ramirez called up today, starting in left field. Jordan Schaefer in center, Jason Hayward in right. Around the infield, Freddie Freeman, Dan Uggla, Alex Gonzalez, and Diori Hernandez. And a battery of Lowe and McCann. So with Kinsler on at first, in steps Elvis Andrews. And the first pitch from Lowe, catching the inside corner for strike one.
Well, and this is how the Rangers have to operate. The top two have to get on, make something happen. You know, as you mentioned, Ron Washington telling us before the game, they get on base, they're going to come across the plate.
Kinsler and Andrews have combined to steal 32 bases this year. Kinsler with 13, 19 for Andrews. We check the weather, 90 degrees. Chance of some rain. But it feels like 95.
About 98 in a coat and tie.
Here's the 0-2, fastball missing inside. I actually thought it feels like 97.
Well, that's something, though, to watch, the pitchers on both of these ball clubs. You know, you don't want to be standing around out there. You don't want to throw a lot of pitches, especially in this heat.
Andrews with a base hit into right field. Kinsler heading for third, and it gets by Hayward. In at second is Andrews. And now Kinsler will score with Andrews moving to third.
Well, Andrews does a nice job of going the other way. Waits for the ball to get deep. He shoots it through the right side. You see Freddie Freeman holding the bag at first. Now here, Hayward just comes in. He takes his eye off the ball. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he hasn't played. He's been on the disabled list, came back, and just had a handful of swings down in AAA. Everybody worried about his hitting, not so much the timing of the defense.
Hayward activated on Wednesday from the disabled list, so a single for Andrews. The error committed by Hayward, his fourth of the season. No run batted in for Andrews. He is taking his lead off third as Josh Hamilton takes ball two, now 2-1. Three balls, one strike. We take you back to the fifth inning last night as Josh Hamilton takes the rookie Randall Delgado deep. His fifth of the year. It gave Texas a 3-1 lead.
I mean, we mentioned he's as hot as anybody. Because of that, on this 3-1 pitch, you can't give him anything to hit. You go ahead and put him on.
On the ground to the right side. The run will score. Safe at first, Hamilton, after the hesitation by Uggla.
Well, it doesn't look like the Braves knew that this game started at 4 o'clock because defensively they've really been lax. You know, this right there, I'm not really sure what Dan Uggla was thinking. I mean, you got to go just right to first base, get the out. Andrews is a speedy runner. You're not going to get him at home. Hamilton hustling all the way. You know, and this is the last thing, if you're Derek Lowe, that you want to see happen. You know, you've been struggling. You've been winless in your last 7 starts. You pitched okay in some of those starts. But you need a little bit of confidence. Your defense is not giving you any confidence.
And now Beltre flies out to Ramirez in left for out number 1. The error on the ball hit by Hamilton charged to the first baseman Freeman after he was initially unable to make the play. Hamilton credited with a run batted in, so 2 errors in the inning. Rangers have scored 2 runs on 2 base hits and 2 Braves errors. Finally 1 away. Here's Michael Young. Young takes a called strike, 0-1. Young working on a 4-game hitting streak. He is 0 for 9 lifetime against Derek Lowe. And you talked about the lack of run support the Braves have given Lowe this season. He's fallen behind here in the first inning, 2-0.
Well, in his last 7 starts, he's just been given about 2 runs of support on average each game. And you watch Hayward, he's coming in, he's already thinking about making a throw to third base. But again, this man has not been in the outfield regularly. He's been on the disabled list, went down, played 1 or 2 games, got some swings, and boom, ready to go. And that's what a lot of people overlook. Oh, well, if they've been hitting, is there timing? But there's timing in the field. And that can come and go as well. Right now, he just doesn't have any timing out there.
One and one on Young. Hamilton the runner on first with 1 out. Top of the first inning here at Atlanta. Texas Rangers had lost 5 in a row. Beat the Braves last night 6-2. Off to a good start this afternoon. Michael Young recently broke Rafael Palmeiro's record for most games played by a Texas Ranger. Also first in franchise history, Eric, in hits, doubles, and triples.
Very steady, very consistent player. And just somebody that goes out and is productive year in and year out.
His 11th season with the Rangers. Flies out to the center fielder Schaefer for out number 2. And Hamilton will be doubled up. What a bizarre top of the first inning.
Some quality baseball so far.
Wow. We'll be back. Large part to the 2 Atlanta Brave errors. Braves at 39-32, second place in the National League East. Their batting order brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. The center fielder Jordan Schaefer leads off, followed by second baseman Dan Uggla. The right fielder Jason Hayward bats third. Brian McCann in the cleanup spot. Then Wilkin Ramirez, first baseman Freddie Freeman. Bottom of the order, the shortstop Alex Gonzalez, third baseman Diori Hernandez, and the Braves starting pitcher Derek Lowe. Atlanta getting set to face 25-year-old Matt Harrison, who was initially drafted by the Braves in the third round back in 2003. Record of 5-6 in 12 starts this season.
Yeah, fastball slider type of guy, occasional changeup. For him, the first inning, very important. He's really struggled, has had about an 8 ERA in the first inning. Afterwards, he really settles down. He's got to control his emotions. You mentioned a former Atlanta Brave farmhand. He grew up a Brave fan, thought that he would play here at Turner Field. He said today he'd be a little excited.
Facing the Braves for the first time, Jordan Schaefer leading off. Braves center fielder batting .247. Had 5 hits against the New York Mets on Thursday. Fastball in for strike one. Harrison part of the Mark Teixeira deal at the deadline back in 2007. Teixeira dealt by the Rangers to Atlanta. And what a trade that has turned into for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, no question. A couple of impact players besides Harrison on the mound, the shortstop, Elvis Andrus, and of course the great rookie closer of last year, Neftali Feliz.
Jared Saltalamacchia at the time, a key part of that trade as well.
Yeah, he was one of the big guys there. They thought that he would answer their catching question in Texas for many years to come, but has since moved on and found himself a home in Boston.
One-two from Harrison, missing high, now 2-2. Harrison, born in Durham, North Carolina, as Eric mentioned, Braves fan as a youngster. Schaefer grounds out to the second baseman Kinsler for out number 1. It has been an up and down 2011 season so far for Matt Harrison.
It really has, and he's battled a couple different issues. Got had a blister and had a kidney issue, I believe. Took a ball off of the arm in his last start, but he's out there today. He's got electric stuff. There's no question. When he's healthy, he's been effective.
He won 9 games back in 2008. Missed half of the season the next year. Dan Uggla takes a called strike, 0-1. Uggla, after 5 terrific seasons with the Florida Marlins, batting just .172. What has gone wrong?
Yeah, he just can't do anything right. And, it's one of those things where, that can happen for a couple weeks or maybe even a bad month. But, we're a solid 2.5 months into the season. And you look at those numbers, and those are just not Dan Uggla type numbers. And it's not just about a slow start. We're talking about, lowest batting average, qualified players in the major leagues. He hasn't touched left-handers. I believe only 1 hit against left-handers this year.
0 for his last 28.
Just completely atypical of what we've become used to the last couple of years when he was with the Florida Marlins.
During his 5 years with the Marlins, averaged 31 home runs and 93 runs batted in. Represented the Marlins in a pair of all-star games. Hoping to turn things around here in Atlanta. Ground ball to the third baseman Beltre. Uggla now 0 for his last 29 against left-handed pitching. As we check out the Rangers defensively, Cruz, Hamilton, and Moreland from left to right of the outfield. Young at first, Kinsler at second, Andrus and Beltre on the left side of the infield. The battery of Harrison and Yorvit Torrealba. First 2 Braves retired on ground outs. Here's Jason Hayward, who committed 1 of the 2 Atlanta errors in the top of the first inning. Chipper Jones not in the Braves lineup once again today due to the right adductor strain. Manager Freddie Gonzalez Told us Chipper's feeling a little better. Hopefully we'll be ready to go tomorrow or Monday.
Yeah, and he wasn't messing around. He felt it on Thursday, went in and got a shot after the game, hoped to calm down the inflammation. And, you know, it's just one of those things his body will tell him.
Harrison missing away, now 1-2 on Hayward. There's Chipper. Freddie also told us he'll let me know if he feels he's okay to pinch hit today.
Yeah, you'd like to have that presence, or just you make the other team think that, hey, Chipper Jones might come get you. The reality is, even if he does go up and pinch hit, you know, it's a 75 or 70% Chipper Jones. You start talking about that area, your leg area, you know, that's very key to hitting.
Another foul. Count remains 2-2 on Hayward. We mentioned just came off the disabled list this week. Missed 18 games due to the right shoulder injury. Still just 21 years of age. Finished second in National League Rookie of the Year voting behind Buster Posey of the Giants last season. Two up the middle. Shortstop Andrews over to first, and the Braves are retired in order. In the first inning, they trail the Rangers 2-0. Is sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Kenny Albert, Eric Karros back in Atlanta. 2-0 lead for the Texas Rangers as we move to the second inning. A bizarre top of the first, 2 errors, and then Josh Hamilton on first base with 1 out. Adrian Beltre flied out to left for that first out, and then Michael Young flied out to the center fielder Schaefer, but Hamilton obviously thought there were 2 outs, and he was doubled up at second.
Well, easy to think that there were 2 outs just with the way the ball was being thrown around. You figured that, you know, the Braves got an out somewhere along the road. But hey, just a lethargic first inning, a little warm out there today.
Nelson Cruz leading off against Eric Lowe here in the second. Cruz broke out of an 0 for 18 slump last night. 2 doubles, drove in 3 runs as the Rangers try and keep cool in their dugout. Cruz with a drive to left. Initially Ramirez started in, bounces off the wall, and Cruz has his 4th double of this series.
This ball over the middle of the plate. Cruz drives this thing. You know, as you mentioned, Ramirez out in left field. He takes a few steps in first, then realizes that ball is going over my head. Not much he can do once he commits with those first 2 or 3 steps.
Ramirez recalled from AAA this morning as the Braves sent last night's starter Randall Delgado back to AA. Allowed 3 earned runs in 4 innings in his major league debut in a spot start. So the Rangers have the leadoff man on for the second consecutive inning. Here's the right fielder Mitch Moreland. Moreland batting .295, but just .196 with runners in scoring position. Cruz takes his lead off second. And a 1-0 from Lowe. Missing Lowe, ball 2. It's the second visit for the Texas Rangers to Atlanta. During interleague play, they were swept. Braves won all 3 games back in 2003. Rangers winning in this ballpark for the first time last night, 6-2. Diving stop by Gonzalez, which will keep Cruz at second. It's an infield hit from Moreland, and the Rangers have 2 on with nobody out.
Well, a nice job by Gonzalez. This ball hit in front of him, and I say in front of him. Cruz, he's not going to run until that ball gets through. Gonzalez sticking with it. What he does is he prevents Cruz from getting to third base. No way does he score in that situation, but what you would have had, runners on first and third. Instead, first and second right now. Torrealba at the plate.
4 hits in the game for the Rangers so far. Torrealba working on a 9-game hitting streak. 15 hits in his last 33 at bats.
Well, even though Derek Lowe, again, on the ropes with runners on, Derek Lowe is the type of guy that is always 1 pitch away from getting 2 outs. I say that he can induce a lot of double plays.
Line drive is caught. So Dan Uggla in perfect position to record out number 1 as we check out our 4 keys to the game.
Well, for Texas, they've got to get the top of the lineup on base. Now, they did the first inning. Little help from the Braves, and you set up that middle of the order. With the Atlanta Braves, they've got to get Derek Lowe some runs. I mean, already they've given away basically a run or 2. But you've got to give him some run support.
No wins over his last 7 starts as Matt Harrison squares to bunt. Harrison 0 for 4 at the plate this season. 0 for 6 in his career.
You look at that run support. A little over 2 runs per game. That's tough. That is tough to pitch. And the reason I say it's tough to pitch with that is you've got to be so focused on every single pitch you throw. Because if you give up a double, you give up a home run, that might be your ball game because your offense doesn't score. And that becomes frustrating after a while. There you see pitching coach Roger McDowell.
The 0-2 from Lowe. And Harrison is down on strikes. Now 2 away. Braves backup catcher David Ross is wearing a microphone today. Let's listen as he got ready to catch the first pitch prior to the game.
You throwing out the first pitch?
Yes, sir.
I'm David. What's your name?
Casey.
Casey, what's up, my man? You gonna throw me a strike?
I hope so.
All right. Oh, I got a new glove, so I'm gonna try to catch it. Yeah, nice. That boy. That was easy. That was easy. Nice, dude. Nice throw. You got a pen?
Yes, sir.
I'll sign it for you. That was an easy throw, man. You made that look easy.
Our thanks to David Ross for wearing a microphone for us today as Ian Kinsler takes a called strike, and a much better job by the youngster Casey than Catch John Wall of the Washington Wizards last night at the Nationals game?
I did.
Wow.
I did. That's a professional athlete, too, right?
I know it's not an easy thing to do to head out to the mound. There are tens of thousands of people watching. But that was not strong by John Wall.
That's being polite.
0-2 on Kinsler. With 2 on, 2 out. And I heard Wall blamed it partially on the rain delay, said his arm was cold.
Excuses, excuses, excuses.
So what are you saying? He should stick to his day job?
Yeah, not bad at his day job.
No. The shortstop Gonzalez charging. And the Braves get out of the inning. Rangers have 2 on, nobody out. And they strand 2. Is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Back in Atlanta, Freddie Gonzalez, first-year manager of the Braves. Still strange to not look down and see Bobby Cox in the Atlanta dugout.
All right, but Freddie doing a nice job. This team's been beset by a host of injuries so far this year. Some other guys not performing up to their expected level. But he's doing a good job. He's got him atop of the wild card. If everything ended today, they'd be tied for the wild card with the Arizona Diamondbacks. So can't complain about that.
Braves 2 games under 500 in April, 13-15, but 9 games over 500 since the start of May. Brian McCann hit his 10th home run of the season last night. Bounces this one to the second baseman Kinsler for out number 1. And once again, we send you downstairs. David Ross wearing a microphone for us today. This is between innings in the Braves dugout.
It's hot out there. So if you get tired and you need me, I'm right here for you, okay?
I bet you are.
I'm right here.
All right.
All right. If it gets hot, you think you can't go on, push through it, okay?
David Ross chatting with the starting catcher Brian McCann, both Georgia natives, so they know a thing or two about this heat.
Yeah, you know, really one of the good guys in the game. Came up in the Dodger organization and, you know, has filled in nicely here in Atlanta. You know, for a backup guy hitting close to 320. Every time he gets in there, does a nice job. You see that. And that's not what it feels like down here temperature. A lot warmer. There's David.
Now the 0-2 to Wilkin Ramirez, who in his major league debut, playing for the Detroit Tigers back in May of 2009, hit a home run off Matt Harrison. His only career home run in the big leagues. This is 20th game. Played in 15 games with the Tigers in 09 and 4 with the Braves earlier this season.
An athletic young man. Built pretty well, can run the bases.
The 0-2 from Harrison, and this time he strikes out Ramirez for out number 2. And the first non-ground ball out. The first 4 Braves who stepped to the plate today against Harrison all grounded out. So with 2 away, here's Freddie Freeman, the rookie first baseman. Freeman went deep last night, his 7th home run of the year. Braves scored both of their runs as Freeman breaks his bat. Both Atlanta runs last night coming on solo shots from McCann and Freeman.
Well, and that, you know, the last couple of years, that's how they have historically scored their runs, on the home run. Listen to this. Oh! You know, everybody thinks that, you know, when you break a bat, you're getting jammed. That's off the end of the bat. Guys break more bats when you hit it off the end of the bat than you do getting jammed. There's a little tidbit for that listening audience out there.
You know from experience?
I do.
Back-to-back strikeouts. Harrison perfect over the first 2. Josh Hamilton will bat second for the Rangers when we return to Atlanta. Saturday baseball presented by Sprint. All together now. Texas Rangers lead the Atlanta Braves 2-0. We move to the third. Elvis Andrus leading off for the Rangers. Single back in the first inning. Came around to score the second Texas run. Andrus, part of that big deal, July 31st, 2007.
You see Mark Teixeira with the Texas Ranger. He goes to the Atlanta Braves, and in return, Matt Harrison, the lefty starter today. Elvis Andrus, the all-star shortstop, and Neftali Feliz. 40 saves last year, your rookie of the year. We don't even have Saltalamacchia in there. Now catching for the Boston Red Sox. I'd have to say that one worked out well for Texas.
Yes. Mark Teixeira would play 157 games with the Braves. Traded 2 days shy of a year later, July 29th, 2008, to the Los Angeles Angels. So Teixeira a Brave for 364 days because it was a leap year.
Well, I don't think that equals things out, even though you get him for that extra day.
One extra day during the offseason. Payoff pitch, shallow center field, and it will drop in between Uggla and Schaefer. Andrus has a second base hit in 3 innings. And the Rangers have had the leadoff man out in all 3.
Hey, Andrus just puts the bat on the ball. Doesn't hit it well, hits it off the end of the bat, but just finds some space in that outfield. You know, a guy like that, it's somebody that you want. Go up there, battle, and just try to put the ball in play because of his speed.
So Andrus with 19 steals takes his lead off first as Josh Hamilton takes a called strike. Hamilton reached on the Freeman error back in the first inning, drove in the second Texas run.
And this is why left-handed hitters have the advantage, especially if you're a decent left-handed hitter. You hit in the middle of the lineup. When it comes to batting average, you're hitting with that whole right side of the infield basically open. Freeman having to hold Andrus at first base. I mean, you look at that space right there. You could drive a truck through that thing. All Hamilton has to do is pull a ground ball to that side.
And he does, but it rolls foul.
You see Josh Hamilton and what he's meant to this ball club. You know, in the lineup, they're 8 games over 500. When he's out of the lineup, again, because of the DL situation, 5 games under. And he's the presence. Look at that, runs per game. Almost 2 more runs per game with him in the lineup.
Hamilton working on a 24-game hitting streak during interleague play. His career interleague batting average, .389. Low missing away, now 1-2. Andrus with a leadoff single. He's the runner on first with nobody out. Top of the 3rd inning here in Atlanta. As Lowe again throws over. How about this, Eric? Andrus with his 19 steals. He has as many stolen bases as the entire Atlanta Braves team.
Well, and then you get back to the Braves ball club, and offensively they don't make a lot of things happen. They haven't got on base very much this year.
Ground ball to the left side, and Andrus is safe at second. He beat the throw from Hernandez.
But you see Andrus gets a good jump. You see Hernandez playing very deep with the left-handed hitting Hamilton at the plate. Waits for the ball to get to him. No way he's going to throw out Andrus at second base. You know, a combination of his lead and the fact that he was playing deep. You see Derek Lowe going, you got to be kidding me. Little bloop base hit. Don't make the play defensively. What else can go wrong?
So in all 3 innings, the Rangers have had 2 on with nobody out. Adrian Beltre flies to left his first time up. Fastball in for a strike, 0-1.
You see how far deep he's playing, and the ball wasn't hit that hard. See, Andrews easily gets in. You hold that tag on him. Danny Uggla holds that tag on him. He's out.
Jason Hayward on the run. On the warning track, he makes the catch to retire Beltre. Andrews moves to third. So first and third now with 1 out for the Texas Rangers, who lead 2-0. Well, next month, baseball's biggest stars will gather together in the Arizona desert for one spectacular night in the summer's biggest event, as Fox brings you every thrilling moment of the 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Coverage on Tuesday, July 12th, live from Phoenix, begins at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox. Last year's All-Star Most Valuable Player is heading out to the mound along with Brave skipper Freddie Gonzalez, and that's Brian McCann on the left, the MVP of last year's All-Star Game in Anaheim.
Yeah, you know, that's Freddie Gonzalez going out to the mound and not pitching coach Roger McDowell. I think that's a little bit of a pep talk. Hey, I know things haven't been going well for you, and maybe a little bit of strategy as well. What do you want to do here? Pitch around Michael Young and then go after Nelson Cruz, hope to induce a double play. And you're talking about one guy that hits over 300, and Nelson Cruz coming into today's ball game 225.
Young over 300, but 0 for 10 against Lowe in his career. First and third, 1 out. Ball 1 to Young. Young flied out to the center fielder Schaefer. Front end of that double play when Hamilton lost track of the number of outs and was doubled up at second. Check swing. Strike 1, says Corey Blazer, the first base umpire. 1-1 on Young. Rangers scored 2 in the first. They stranded 2 in the second. Threatening here in the third. Runners on the corners, 1 out. The 1-2 is Hamilton goes, double steal, throw to the plate is not in time. Andrews steals home.
Well, Ron Washington and his Texas Rangers playing very aggressive baseball. Here trying to cut the run off at the plate, not really even that close, and it was well executed by the Atlanta Braves. See, Gonzalez cuts in front, makes a good strong throw. No defense against speed.
So Andrews with his 20th steal of the season steals home plate for the Rangers' third run of the game. Up the middle off the bat of Young, a base hit. Hamilton rounds third. He will score. The Rangers now lead 4-0 as Young drives in his 44th run of the season, and the Braves hear the boos from the crowd here at Turner Field. It has been a rough start for Derek Lowe and the Braves this afternoon.
Ball not hit all that hard, but off the end of the bat, right up the middle.
And now Nelson Cruz with a ground ball to the shortstop Gonzalez, and the Braves turn 2 to end the inning. 6-4-3, but middle of the third in Atlanta. Texas out to a 4-0 advantage. Nothing. Bottom of the third inning here in Atlanta with Alex Gonzalez stepping in to lead off against Matt Harrison, who has retired the Braves in order in each of the first two innings. And Gonzalez takes high and away, ball one. Gonzalez batting .257, 0 for his last 10. The 1-0 from Harrison. On the ground to the shortstop, Andrews. One away, and we are pleased to welcome in C.J. Wilson from the Rangers dugout, who is tied for the team lead with 7 wins so far this season. Now, C.J., our viewers are now looking at one of your tweets from earlier today. Since we are on Fox this afternoon, there should be some cool in-game stuff. I assume you were referring to this interview. Let's make it awkward. Ha ha. What exactly did you have in mind?
Well, you remember a couple weeks ago in Philly when you were like, "Yeah, unfortunately, you lost last night."
Yeah,
I was like,
right.
"Are you calling me a loser?" So trying to just make it light. It's always nice and sweaty here in the South, so I'm feeling a little uncomfortable already.
Oh, I apologize for that. You have a good memory, CJ.
No problem.
Over the first 3 innings, you told us during the break, typical Rangers baseball, score a couple of runs on the errors in the first inning, and then the double steal, including the steal of home in the third.
The biggest thing for us, honestly, is we have kind of a chaos baseball team when you have a couple guys that can steal bases like Elvis and Josh. I mean, you look at Josh as an MVP home run hitter kind of guy, and you forget that he can run a 6'5", 60-yard dash. He's a 5'2" player. So we take advantage of that when we can. We have guys like Nelson and Mike Young that'll steal a base every once in a while, kind of sneak one in there. And that helped us out right there. Got us an extra run.
Well, you're talking about the offense and what you guys can do. How are you different from last year's ball club?
I think the big thing is, when you take a guy like Vlad out of the lineup, it changes the personality a little bit. Obviously, Vlad was such a big slugger and so unpredictable that the pitchers really had a hard time game planning our lineup, because they had to go after 6 or 7 guys in the heart of the order and the top of the order, really, with Kinsler, that could potentially leave the yard at any point. So we have maybe a little bit less pop this year, I guess, because of that. But Adrian is an unbelievable defender, and so I think he's a big step up in that regard. But the thing for us is, we have to be able to win games when we don't hit home runs. When we hit home runs, it's pretty easy because we're going to end up scoring 6 or 7. But we have to be able to win, 4-3, 3-2, and that's really what's been slowing us down lately.
Derek Lowe at the plate after Diori Hernandez fouled out. Terrific play by Michael Young in foul territory. Here's a trivia question for you, CJ. Since the start of the 2010 season, which team in all of baseball has been in first place for the most days?
I'm going to say us.
You got it.
All right. Yeah, last year we gapped everybody with interleague play in June. We had a great June. I think we went 21-6. We had that 10 or 12 game winning streak or something. John Daniels had to dye his hair blonde. It was great. So, anytime you get the GM to kind of, oh man, we got a ball hit over Moreland's head right here. This is going to be extra bases for Derek Lowe. I love interleague play, man. This is great. That pitcher swinging the bat, breaking up the no-hitter with a double. Right here.
Let's take a look with the right fielder Moreland playing in. Derek Lowe with his 4th hit of the season, and as CJ mentioned, first hit of the game for the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, more of a situation, I think, the ball running into the bat than Derek Lowe hitting it.
Matt Harrison supplies a lot of power on the mound. He's what we like to call country strong. He took a line drive off the tricep last game, and so if you guys get any HD, technology to zoom in right above his left elbow, there's a bruise about the size of a basketball on there. But yeah, I mean, he's throwing 96, so if he hits the barrel, it's going to be going.
Speaking of technology, as Jordan Schaefer steps in, I read the other day, CJ, you've been studying a lot of the opposing hitters recently on your iPad. How's that worked out for you?
It's been really great. I'm such a nerd. I'm always looking for an extra advantage on something, and the convenience of being able to take the iPad with you everywhere because it's a handheld device. I can be on the bus or on the plane or in my locker really and checking out what's going on. So I was watching Cliff Lee start against the Astros earlier from April, and I'm going to be watching Jaime Garcia's coming up soon. So the biggest thing for me is to try to just make it easier on myself. The less guesswork I put in, the more certain I can be when I go to a pitch in a 2-2 count or whatever. And the name of the game is winning. We got to the World Series last year and we want to win it this year, so I'll do whatever I have to do to get there.
2-0 count on Schaefer with Lowe on at second and 2 outs.
CJ, if there was, you're talking about other pitchers, if there was one pitcher's pitch that you could add to your arsenal, what would you take? Who would you take?
Oh man,
you only get one.
Is he a current pitcher?
Yeah, you got to be current.
Oh man, because I was going to say it's something from.
Don't be dropping to like a Bob Gibson or
something from Pedro Martinez or Sandy Koufax probably, but.
Getting greedy on me there.
I'll tell you what, though, honestly, I would take Cliff Lee's backdoor cutter because, I got to see it so much last year. He throws 74% of his cutters for strikes, something like that. And that's an obscene amount. I mean, if you think about that, he can throw a pitch that starts as a ball back into the strike zone 74% of the time. That's a really big disadvantage. That ball's driven pretty well. We got Nelly Cruz. Oh.
Off the glove of Cruz.
Off the heel of the glove.
Yep, Lowe scores.
It's unfortunate right there. That's not what we're looking for right there. But we still got a 3-run lead, so hopefully we can make up for that next time.
Oh, this ball driven over Cruz's head, and as C.J. Wilson said, it is unfortunate. Normally he makes that play. He's there. He's got a beat on it. Just hits off the heel of his glove.
It's one of those cases where, when you're an outfielder, sometimes you take that extra step or you maybe give you a little hop or something like that because you're not totally confident that you're going to rein that ball in. And I think that's what happened right there with Nelson, where he had a similar play in Arlington a couple weeks ago where he kind of halfway jumped for a ball and he didn't really have to. I think coming off the hamstring injury, the quad injury that he's had the last couple of years, I think sometimes he forgets exactly how fast he is, which is tremendously fast. So hopefully we can, get him more comfortable out there so we catch those balls.
5th error committed by Cruz this season, allowing Lowe to score. Schaefer takes his lead off second with Dan Ugla at the plate.
Got to be thinking off speed right here, if I'm Matt.
No. Fair ball down the left field line. Coming home is Schaefer. And Ugla with his first hit, Eric, in his last 30 at-bats against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, you know, Dan's been struggling this year. He's actually got a really good track record, but you know, we're unfortunate to run into that one right there.
Well, you mentioned it. You know, you mentioned about going something slow there. You see Harrison goes with the fastball, and Uggla looking for it.
With those kind of muscles, he's not going to miss fastballs. I'm just going out on a limb with that right there. Yeah, he's a great power hitter. You know, he's hitting like, you know, 30 home runs the last 3 years or something like that. So I'm probably going to. I pitched against him last year, and I threw him about 11 changeups in the game. So that was my secret to my success. I'm just going to let the cat out of the bag right there. He's going to see changeups from me.
Your last pitch, CJ, on Thursday in New York, 129 pitches, 4th highest in the major leagues this year. How are you feeling 2 days later?
Oh, I like to party, man. It's great. You know, Wash came out to the mound, and it was funny because I saw Mike Maddox behind him, and he put his hands up like a boxer, like, you know, keep your guard up or whatever. And Wash came out and asked me how I was doing, and because he asked me, he didn't tell me. Like I felt like I had a chance to stay in there, so I talked him into it. You know, you always want to be able to finish out an inning as a starting pitcher. You know, I used to be a reliever, and I'd hate getting yanked, but it's even worse as a starter because you feel like your #1 job is to provide the bullpen with rest. And, you know, our bullpen really got tore up the last week, so I felt like I really had to go do that. And after Posada hit a double off me earlier in the game, I was determined to get him out. And that's what I told Wash. I was like, he's not getting anything off me. I'm a horse, man. Just ride me. I can finish this inning. So we need Matt to get the 3rd out right here. We got a little drizzle coming down, so hopefully it's just him and Torrealba getting a strikeout right here. I don't want to see any more weird hops or whatever.
Well, Harrison retired the first 2 in this inning. Then the pitcher, Derek Lowe, with a double over the head of Moreland and right. The error committed by Cruz in left. Uggla with a run-scoring double. And CJ playing the role of meteorologist, letting us know that
we got a
drizzle
little
has begun.
humidity out here in Atlanta, as people are familiar with. But it's kind of similar weather to Texas, you know, which is I like. I don't like the cold weather. It feels better on your arm when you're out here and all that stuff. So, you know, if Matt can come back from his 3-1 count against Hayward, lefty and lefty, I think Matt's still at the advantage here because he's got a great fastball. And if he can,
what are you doing though on a 3-1 pitch right here? What are you doing with Hayward?
Hayward's seeing a sinker in like waist high for me right here. He's going to have to turn on a pitch. I'm not going to give him a chance to take a soft swing, you know, opposite field. So he's got those really long arms. He's got tremendous power. Obviously, he can probably hit the ball off his face on the scoreboard 500 feet away. So I'm going to try to time up.
All right, so now I ask you, you got 3-2, you got first base open. Are you throwing him a strike, or are you trying to get him to chase?
I'm throwing him a high fastball. I'm going to make him swing the bat. And if tease him with a pitch that looks good but might not be a strike. Matt has got such a good fastball. You know, if I had Matt's fastball, you'd be
C.J. Wilson?
I'd be David Price, you know. That's what I always tell Matt.
It's bounced to the first baseman, Young. He takes it to the bag. We thank C.J. Wilson. That wasn't too awkward, was it?
No, that's great. Thanks, guys.
We didn't call you loser this time, huh? Good luck on Tuesday in your next start. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Drive One. And by One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of Major League Baseball. The lights have been turned on here at Atlanta as we move to the fourth inning, with the Texas Rangers leading the Atlanta Braves 4-2. Braves scoring 2 in the bottom of the third inning, 2 unearned runs off Matt Harrison. And now Mitch Moreland will lead off against Derek Lowe. Lowe with the 2-out double over the head of Moreland after Harrison had retired the first 8 Braves today. Moreland, an infield hit his first time up. Uggla moving to his right, off balance, and Moreland beats the throw. Second infield hit of the game for Mitch Moreland. So the leadoff man is on for the Rangers for the 4th consecutive inning.
Derek Lowe's got to be talking to himself again. You know, there have been some hard hit balls, but you know, a combination of some poor defensive plays and some balls that just seem to find the right spot. He's got him down 2 runs.
As your Torrealba steps in, and Lowe took matters into his own hands by beginning that rally with the Braves scoring 2 in the third.
Well, and that's on the flip side. If you're Harrison, you know, you've got to get that third out. You had 2 outs, the pitcher up at the plate, you know, ready to get out of the inning, and the next thing you know, you got a 4-2 ball game.
Three of the 6 runs scored in today's game have been unearned. Torrealba lined out to the second baseman, Uggla, his first time up. Moreland on at first, nobody out. Top of the 4th inning here at Atlanta with the Rangers leading 4-2. Runner goes, and the pitch is fouled off with Moreland on the move.
You see Ron Washington being very aggressive today. It looked like a hit and run right there. We saw earlier the double steal. As we mentioned, Ron Washington has had this ball club in first place since the beginning of last year for more days than any other manager in the game. I don't think Wash gets enough credit for what he has done with this Texas ball club. Basically changed the culture, the way that they do things, the way they play the game, the aggressive style. You know, it's not just a let's go see how far we can hit the ball type of ball club that it used to be.
Rangers won 90 games a year ago, won the American League West. Rain now falling a bit harder here in Atlanta. Rangers in first place again this season. On the ground to the shortstop, Gonzalez. And the throw's off the bag, but the tag is applied by Freeman. Braves turn the 6-4-3 double play. Their second of the game.
Well, Gonzalez makes a nice flip to Uggla, and then got to give credit to Freddie Freeman. Really, he's got an easy flip right over there, but Freddie makes sure he goes to catch the ball. Then watch the tag now. Gets him and kind of gives a little bit. As a right-handed first baseman with that runner coming down, you want to give with your left arm. You stay rigid, great chance of blowing out an elbow or a shoulder. Nice job by the big first baseman.
Second 6-4-3 double play. The third double play in the game turned by the Braves defensively. Eric, we congratulate one of our colleagues here at Fox, Darrell Waltrip, recently elected to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. 3-time NASCAR champion, 84 career wins, which is tied for 3rd all time, and the lead analyst on Fox's NASCAR coverage. Harrison down on strikes, second strikeout for Lowe. Middle of the 4th, 4-2 Rangers. Robert Arcaros. Rangers lead the Braves 4-2. Middle of the order for Atlanta. Hope he stays hydrated today.
Getting a little rain right now. That cannot be very cool.
No. First pitch to Brian McCann. High and tight, ball one. McCann grounded out to the second baseman Kinsler, his first time up. 1-1. McCann leading National League catchers in all-star balloting. He's a 5-time All-Star, but has never started an All-Star game. However, last year in Anaheim, 7th inning, Matt Thornton on the mound. McCann with a 3-run double, giving the National League a 3-1 lead. First Brave to be named All-Star MVP since Fred McGriff in 1994. And thanks in large part to that 3-run double, the Texas Rangers did not have home field advantage in the World Series.
Yeah, and I think that played real big last year. It's San Francisco garnering the home field advantage.
Michael Young with the flip to Harrison. McCann 0 for 2. Well, the All-Star Game coming up next month on Fox, and the 8 greatest moments in All-Star Game history are going head-to-head to determine which is the most memorable of all time. Go to MLB.com/moments and vote for your favorite midsummer classics. Tune into the All-Star Game Tuesday, July 12th at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on Fox to find out who won. And the tournament has been pared down to the Elite 8 today. Still alive, the all-century greats from 1999. Ted Williams, walk-off hero, 1941. Cal's perfect script in 2001. Reggie's blast in 71. The Fernando and Doc show in 84. Musial's Midsummer Magic in 55. And Carl's strikeout quintet. Carl Hubble striking out 5 consecutive future Hall of Famers in 1934.
Some good ones to choose from. I'd personally like to add the Tommy Lasorda in the third base coaching box. The ball or the bat coming at him, and the Hall of Famer took cover down there.
Was that Vladimir Guerrero's bat?
I believe it was. They say Vladdy can hit anything, right?
Time called by the home plate umpire Brian Gorman. And now the 2-2 to Ramirez. Ramirez struck out his first time up. Called up this morning from AAA Gwinnett, where he was batting .283 with 7 home runs. Payoff pitch from Harrison. Ball 4, so Ramirez heads down to first. First walk issued by Harrison today. .65 pitches so far for the 25-year-old left-hander who has lost his last 2 starts. Freddie Freeman struck out his first time up back in the second inning. Ramirez on at first, and Freeman fouls it off to the right side. We take you back to the 6th inning last night with Colby Lewis on the mound. Freeman cutting the Braves deficit to 5-2. His 7th home run of the season, the 19th allowed by Lewis, tied with Brett Myers of the Astros for the major league lead. Fastball in for strike 2.
Harrison just has nasty stuff. That's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. He's got the good off-speed pitch, the hard slider.
This is Harrison's 8th career interleague start. His only win came last month in Philadelphia. He was terrific, matched up with Roy Oswalt. Did not allow a run against the Phillies in 8 1/3 innings. He has not allowed an earned run today.
Now, we've talked about it. The defense on both sides has not been major league caliber. Texas, though, this year has struggled defensively.
Fastball called, strike 3. So Freeman down on strikes for the second time. 3rd strikeout for Matt Harrison.
As a hitter, you just got to tip your hat. This is a great pitcher's pitch, probably a couple inches outside. As a hitter, you don't want that called. As a pitcher, you're obviously going to beg for it. Not much Freddie can do with that.
So with 2 away, here's Alex Gonzalez, grounded out to the shortstop Andrews. Back in the 3rd inning. Fastball missing away, ball 1. Texas with 2 runs in the first, 2 in the 3rd. Braves scored their 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning, both unearned. Ramirez the runner on first. And the 1-0 to Gonzalez. In for a called strike, 1-1.
Alex Gonzalez is the type of player, he doesn't have a great on-base percentage, but he does have big at-bats. Gets hits in clutch situations. Shortstop that will hit the extra base hit.
And he drills this one. Nelson Cruz makes the play. And that will do it for the Braves in the 4th. Jeep game summary. A couple of hits, couple of runs for Elvis Andrews, including a steal of home plate. And the lines on both starting pitchers, Lowe and Harrison. First pitch from Derek Lowe. Ian Kinsler flies out to the center fielder Jordan Schaefer for out number 1.
Well, we saw that summary, but And it's not telling what's really gone on this entire game. We've had some defensive lapses on both sides of the ball, especially in the Atlanta side. Hayward in the first inning overran a ball. Dan Ugla unable to get the runner at first. Hernandez at third, unable to get Andrews at second. Just a lot of things not typical of either one of these teams.
Nothing in 2 on Andrews. His steal of home back in the 3rd inning. Second of his career, also stole home against the Phillies back on May 20th. Here's Hernandez. Quickly 2 away. Brian Gorman, the home plate umpire, wearing a microphone for us today. Chatting about the weather.
This is the tail end of that one right there you see up north. But there's another one right behind it, probably within 5-10 minutes, that I don't think we're going to miss. It's going to come down pretty heavy when it gets here.
Hit hard. So if it starts hitting hard, I'll pull them off?
Yes.
Because it's coming heavy after that? Okay.
So more rain coming, perhaps, according to Ed Mangan during his conversation with Brian Gorman.
Well, we'll see. We will see. Should be a few minutes out. The temp is dropping. 88.
But it only feels like 93. Josh Hamilton heating up, 7 for his last 14 coming into this game. Has reached base twice today, but does not have a base hit. Drove in a run in the first, scored a run in the third. Two from Lowe, missing away, now 2-2. That looks somewhat ominous.
Yeah, and you know what? It sounds a little ominous. We hear some of the thunder in the background.
Payoff pitch to Hamilton. Ugla waiting for it. A 1-2-3 fifth for Derek Lowe, with the Rangers leading the Braves 4-2. sponsored by Sprint. All together now. Bottom of the fifth inning here in Atlanta. Rangers led 4-0. Braves scored 2 in the bottom of the third. As you check out the dark skies here in Atlanta. Rained a bit earlier in this game. Yuri Hernandez leading off against Matt Harrison. Hernandez fouled out to the first baseman Young back in the third inning. Atlanta Braves 7 games over 500, second place in the National League East. Without Chipper Jones once again today, although he is in uniform in the Braves dugout. Not playing due to the right adductor strain. Braves hope to have Chipper back tomorrow. 2-0 to Hernandez. Andrews across, one away. Time now for a DirecTV game break. We take it to Wrigley Field. Yankees and the Cubs, top of the third, no score. Robinson Cano off Ryan Dempster, doubles down the right field line. Curtis Granderson comes in to score. The Yankees take a 1-0 lead. Cubs won yesterday's series opener. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. It is now pouring here in Atlanta.
It came out of nowhere.
Derek Lowe swinging at the first pitch. Thrown out by Adrian Beltre for out number 2. We are 1 out away from an official game. And Brian Gorman with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning calling for the grounds crew. You heard Brian moments ago speaking with Ed Mangan. Who predicted this?
Right on cue, too. It's coming down. It's not messing around either. It's not just a little drizzle. Question is, did Ed tell us how long it was going to stay?
Well, Ed and his crew about to bring out the tarp. So at 5:36 Eastern time here in Atlanta, with 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth inning, and the Texas Rangers leading 4-2. Heavy rain now falling.
Yeah, and just 1 out away from making it an official game. So have to watch and see how this thing plays out. You know, those things, they keep you dry, but you start sweating your you know what off there. Got those plastic bags. An umbrella for 3 there.
You're right, this really came out of nowhere. Texas Rangers with 2 runs in the first, 2 in the third, Braves 2 in the bottom of the third. We are now in a rain delay in Atlanta with the Rangers leading 4-2. So we are now going to send you to Wrigley Field in Chicago for the Yankees and the Cubs with Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, Chris Rose, and Ken Rosenthal. Take it away, guys. hours due to rain, and we welcome you back. Kenny Albert along with Eric Karros. We are moments away from resuming play, which stopped at 5:36 Eastern time with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. So what's been going on in the clubhouses for the last 2 hours?
Well, probably a lot of sitting around, maybe a little card game, maybe some reading. Now you got the iPads going. You go down to the cage, maybe take a few swings, try to stay loose. But, 2 hours. The one good thing I'll say about it is we're looking at a lot cooler weather. Before, very hot. Temperatures a little more pleasurable. I mean, hey, guys might be ready to go now.
Well, the Texas Rangers have a 4-2 lead. They scored 2 runs in the top of the 1st inning. Here's Elvis Andrus signaling into right field. It gets by Jason Hayward. And that error led to the first Texas run. Josh Hamilton with a ground ball to the right side, booted by Freddie Freeman. Another run scores. Rangers took a 2-0 first inning lead against Eric Lowe. Then at the top of the 3rd, a double steal. Elvis Andrus with his 2nd career steal of home. 3-0 Texas. Then bottom 3rd, Nelson Cruz committing the error in left field as the ball glanced off his glove. And then Dan Uggla with the run-scoring double. And then the weather took over.
That's a good look right there. And I'll tell you, there was some violent weather. We got a lot of rain. We got some thunder. We got some lightning. But got to give credit to the grounds crew. They did a great job. Took care of the infield, laid the tarp down again, and here we are 2 hours and 15 minutes later, I think.
So a 4-2 lead for the Rangers. Braves scored 2 unearned runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Leadoff man has reached base for the Rangers 4 times in 5 innings, and 3 have scored. There is today's starting pitcher for the Rangers, Matt Harrison, who is 1 out away from this game becoming official.
Yeah, you almost kind of figured that he'd go back out there again. Remember, he is an Atlanta farmhand as far as, this is the place that he rooted for, his favorite team. He thought he'd be an Atlanta Brave. Gets traded in that Mark Teixeira deal. Has pitched great. Up to this point. And, one more out, and he figures in the decision process. There you see Mike Maddox, pitching coach for the Rangers, and he wants to make sure everything's okay. And Matty's telling him he's ready to go.
Mike, of course, the brother of one of the all-time great Atlanta Brave pitchers, Greg Maddox.
Yeah, I didn't like to see that other Maddox on this mound. Gave me a number of fits over the years. Hall of Famer now working for the Chicago Cubs.
Our viewers had a chance to watch the Yankees and the Cubs during the rain delay. Of course, the only other time the Yankees visited Wrigley Field during the regular season, you were a big part of it back in 2003 during interleague play.
Way back when, in 2003. That great series, and from what I understand, great electricity out there again this weekend. Very similar to what we had a few years ago. Playoff type atmosphere.
So we are set to resume play here in Atlanta. Harrison retired the first 2 Braves here in the bottom of the 5th, Hernandez and Lowe. And then home plate umpire Brian Gorman stopped play at 5:36 here in Atlanta. So following a 2-hour, 15-minute rain delay, Jordan Schaefer steps in. Schaefer 0 for 2, reached on an error and scored back in the 3rd inning. And the first pitch from Harrison, fastball missing high and tight, ball 1. So from a pitcher's perspective, coming back after a delay of over 2 hours, you mentioned obviously Harrison, drafted by the Braves, grew up a Braves fan, wants the W today, but how tough is it for a pitcher to come back after that amount of time?
Well, in this situation, he's going out there and he's just trying to throw strikes, just throw some fastballs, and there you go.
Shallow left field, coming on is Cruz on the run. He makes the catch, and this ball game is official. 5 innings in the books, with Harrison of the Rangers leading by 2. Proud to support youth baseball across the country. And by Valvoline Next Gen. Top of the 6th inning here in Atlanta. After Matt Harrison retired Jordan Schaefer for the final out of the 5th following a 2-hour 15-minute rain delay. 34-year-old right-hander Scott Linebrink on in relief of Derek Lowe, who allowed 4 runs, 3 earned in 5 innings. And the first pitch from Linebrink to Beltre, missing low and away, ball 1. Adrian Beltre 0 for 2. He has flied out twice. Middle of the order, Beltre, Young, and Cruz for the Rangers here in the top of the 6th, with Texas leading 4-2. From Linebrink, right field. Jason Hayward moving to his left. 1 out. Six-time All-Star Michael Young stepping to the plate. We take you back to the 2006 All-Star game in Pittsburgh. 9th inning with the National League leading 2-1. A triple off Trevor Hoffman. American League wins it 3-2. And then 2 years later at Yankee Stadium, 15th inning with the game tied at 3. Young with a sacrifice fly off Brad Lidge, scoring Justin Morneau just ahead of the throw from Corey Hart. Michael Young, the 6th player with 2 career All-Star game-winning runs batted in. An illustrious list, which includes Stan Musial, Willie Mays, Joe Morgan, Cal Ripken Jr., and Steve Garvey.
I remember that game in New York. I was in the dugout of the National League, and Clint Hurdle was leading that group. There was talk about David Wright even possibly getting ready to go pitch.
That's right.
It would have been interesting. Michael Young ended up getting the big hit.
What is the greatest moment in the history of the Major League Baseball All-Star Game? Join the Midsummer Classics debate. Go to MLB.com/moments to fill out your bracket. On the ground to the shortstop, Gonzalez. 2 out. In that 2008 All-Star game, of course, played during the final season at the old Yankee Stadium. Fans got their money's worth.
Yeah, they did. A few Braves players. Nate McLeod not up here yet, but he threw a guy out at the plate. He was an All-Star with the Pirates. Dan Uggla played second base. Had a rough game. But man, 15 innings.
Nelson Cruz 1 for 2, doubled and grounded into a double play. Texas won last night's game 6-2. Rangers a half-game lead over the Seattle Mariners in the American League West. Mariners beat the Phillies last night. 2-1 now on Cruz, who came off the disabled list May 22nd. He's tied for 7th in the American League with 15 home runs despite spending time on the DL.
Well, Cruz very important to this lineup because he does a number of things. He's not just up there trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He can also run, steals bases. You know, he has had hamstring issues which have hindered him a bit.
Up the middle. Second hit of the game for Cruz. So a 2-out base runner for the Rangers with Mitch Moreland stepping in. Moreland with a couple of infield hits today. We've been talking a lot about the All-Star game today, and Rangers skipper Ron Washington will manage the American League All-Star squad in Phoenix next month following the Rangers trip to the World Series.
Yeah, deservedly so, obviously. You know, and it's tough. You know, managers have to make those picks, fill out the roster. You know, not always making the popular choice. You know, I remember last year Charlie Manuel of the Philadelphia Phillies, the National League manager, made some odd choices, but what he was doing is he was trying to fill out his roster in order to win a game. And he felt like in 2009 when the Phillies were in the World Series against the New York Yankees, the fact that the Yankees had the home field advantage, that was the difference in who won the World Series. So while constructing his team last year, he had his eyes set on, my Phillies are going to go to the World Series again, and I want to win the All-Star game so we get home field. And that's what Wash will have to deal with again this year.
And one of those players you're talking about, selected by Charlie Manuel and the National League staff last season, Omar Infante, then with the Braves, who was a utility infielder who could play just about every position, and he was so excited to be selected, never thought he would be selected to an All-Star game. Throw down to second from McCann, not in time, and on his way to third is Cruz. So Cruz with his fourth steal and then able to move to third base.
But you see, Cruz gets a big jump, and you know, as we mentioned while he was at the plate, the Texas Rangers, they're not a one-dimensional team. You know, they have the power. They play in an offensive-minded ballpark. They can run the bases, and Ron Washington isn't afraid to hit and run, sacrifice, suicide squeeze.
3 steals today for the Rangers, including that double steal back in the third inning, including the steal of home by Elvis Andrus. Payoff pitch to Moreland, and he's down on strikes, so Cruz is stranded on third. Middle of the 6th in Atlanta. Uggla, Hayward, McCann coming up.
What I'm talking about right there. Great to have your daughter in your arms there.
Father's Day will begin, of course, in 3 hours, 56 minutes. Fans did not expect to be in the ballpark this late. Stayed through the 2 hour, 15-minute rain delay. Dan Uggla leading off for the Braves here in the bottom of the 6th against Matt Harrison, who remained in the game following the delay. Retired the one batter he faced when play resumed, and now it's Uggla who doubled in a run his last time up. Fastball catching the outside corner, 1-2.
Little surprised that Harrison is back out there, but remember the culture that's been established in Texas. You take the ball, you go. You go as long as you can. There's not a lot of babying around over there.
Culture established by the team president, Nolan Ryan.
Well, no question that he's had a lot to do with it. But I think it emanates also from Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, from Ron Washington, the manager. You know, on the bottom line, the players have to want to do it. Here's Mike Maddox, manager Ron Washington.
Two from Harrison.
You know, ironic. Oh, there we go. That is, I don't know what that is. Some sort of sprinkler system. They get the note that it just rained here.
Memo has not been delivered. Uggla went around. Well, here's what David Ross, the Braves backup catcher, who was wearing a microphone for us today, had to say between innings about today's Texas starter.
Boy, they don't make them like they used to. They gonna run old school over there. Think Nolan Ryan won't out of this game? This guy smells a W. I guarantee you, if he's throwing 90, if he rolls out of the chute at 97, I got a big time respect for this guy.
You know, it's funny that the guy sitting or standing next to David Ross, who David was speaking to, was Tim Hudson. And Tim Hudson is a pitcher also that would go out there and take the mound again.
Absolutely.
You know, a gamer type guy. And again, you know, you don't see a lot of it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And it doesn't always mean that the player doesn't want to go out and finish what he started. You know, a lot of times it's management. They're protecting their investment.
Harrison throwing heat. That last pitch, 95 miles per hour. Now the 0-2. And he strikes out Hayward. A 96 mile per hour fastball. And that brings us to a DirecTV game break. To take you back to Wrigley Field, Yankees leading 4-3, bottom of the 9th. Mariano Rivera on the mound. Giovanni Soto rounds into the double play. So with 2 outs, it's Jeff Baker at the plate. Down on strikes. Yankees come back following the Cubs win yesterday and defeat Chicago 4-3. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
You're not kidding. Harrison is getting it up there right now.
Brian McCann, deep right field. It's a 1-run ball game. Home run number 11. Five-time All-Star, his second in as many games against Texas.
Well, Harrison is getting it up there. Brian McCann ready for it. This is why he's an All-Star catcher. Makes it a 1-run ball game.
McCann's 6th home run in his last 11 home games. Harrison with a low throw, but is able to retire Ramirez. So Harrison strikes out 2 in the inning, but allows the home run to McCann. A 4-0 Texas lead is now 4-3. Sprint all together now. It's prime time, Fox Saturday Baseball. 12 minutes after 8 here in the East. A 2-hour, 15-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 5th inning. We are now top 7 with your Vitor Alba leading off for the Rangers against Scott Linebrink. And there is Matt Harrison, who has come out into the on-deck circle. Harrison remained in the game following the rain delay. Our statistician Marty Aronoff telling us that back in early May, Clay Buchholz returned to a game after a 2-hour, 7-minute rain delay.
And I can say I remember that because I was there that game.
Very nice.
As was our producer.
Our producer Jeff Gowen has perfected the art of producing games this season that include rain delays.
He's got it down to a science, doing a wonderful job.
Bounce foul to the left side. Torrealba 0 for 2, working on a 9-game hitting streak. Grounded into a double play his last time up back in the 4th. Yori Hernandez, one away. Well, help make a baseball moment kids will never forget. Go to ChevyBaseball.com to support youth baseball. Plus, enter to win one of 4 trips to the 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star Game and the keys to a new Chevrolet. So with one away, Matt Harrison will bat for himself. Through 76 pitches prior to the delay. 17 since, has retired 4 of the 5 batters he has faced. The only one he did not retire, Brian McCann, who took him deep, cutting the Texas lead to 1. Harrison has struck out twice today. 0 for 8 at the plate in his major league career. As we've chronicled throughout this day, and there is pitching coach Mike Maddox. We are told they are having problems with the dugout phone.
You see
down
Andy
to the
Hawkins.
bullpen.
Yeah, there's Andy Hawkins, the bullpen coach. They're working the walkie-talkies right now. See Mike Maddox on the left, the pitching coach. Andy Hawkins, number of successful big league seasons.
So the Rangers have the backup system in place. Harrison gets the bat on it. Ugla. Freeman. 2 away. Well, the Yankees beat the Cubs today 4-3. Only other trip to Wrigley for the Yankees during the regular season. June 2003. Who's that at the plate? It's Eric Karros. He tapes Juan Acevedo deep, a 3-run home run. Roger Clemens going for win number 300. But that shot took the W away from Roger Clemens, and he would have to wait until his next start against the St. Louis Cardinals.
That was fun. I talk about the atmosphere there. And it was playoff type. It was. I'd argue it was even more electric than a playoff. That year we ended up going to the playoffs. But anytime the Yankees come to town or any respective city, it's a big deal.
I bet you didn't pay for dinner that night.
I did not pay for dinner. Good night to be me. My dad was in town, and it was good. It's something I'll always remember.
Interleague play, June 2003. Yankees and Cubs doing it again 8 years later. A 1-2 to Ian Kinsler. As the fans keep themselves entertained by doing the wave.
You got to give credit to these fans. A lot of them have stayed. Got a good ball game now, 1-run game.
Kinsler strikes out. 7th inning stretch time here in Atlanta. Tour and by Michelin, a better way forward. Bottom of the 7th inning here in Atlanta. Kenny Albert, Eric Karros. Texas Rangers lead the Atlanta Braves 4-3 as Freddie Freeman leads off against 25-year-old left-hander Matt Harrison, originally drafted by the Braves 3rd round back in 2003. Involved in the 7-player deal at the deadline in July of 2007 with Mark Teixeira going from Texas to Atlanta. Freeman has struck out twice today. He homered in last night's ball game. Yoshinori Tatiana up to the Texas pen.
Well, Harrison doing a nice job, but again, he's got to be careful, especially with a guy like Freeman. One swing of the bat can tie the ball game. You know, I think if anything, what the delay does, you know, the velocity seems like it's there. I'm not so sure the location is where he wants it to be. It's the life of being a catcher right there. And that's a pretty powerful impact to the head. It's jarring. You know, and those are the type of hits that, you know, they don't show up, but you know, that's a possible concussion right there. I mean, those sort of hits.
Pitch number 99 from Harrison today. Two fouled off to the right side.
Matty Harrison at the 100 pitch mark. You see, been pretty darn efficient outside of that 3rd inning, but that inning elongated with the defensive miscue out in left field.
After the 2-out double off the bat of the Braves starting pitcher Derek Lowe. 9th pitch of this at bat to Freeman. It is a called strike 3. 6th strikeout for Matt Harrison, and the 3rd time Freeman has struck out today. Time now for our Just for Men Keep Your Edge spotlight. That is Jonathan Taylor, outfielder with the University of Georgia, partially paralyzed in a collision with a teammate back in March, and he was drafted earlier this month in the 33rd round by the Texas Rangers, and that is his teammate at the University of Georgia, Zach Cohn, who he collided with, chosen 37th overall by the Texas Rangers. You too can keep your edge with Just for Men mustache and beard. Terrific performance by Matt Harrison. Back in a moment. Of Matt Harrison. Tateyama pitched 2/3 of an inning last night. There's Harrison, who went 6 1/3 against the team that drafted him, allowed only 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned. Alex Gonzalez at the plate. He's 0 for 2 today.
Yeah, Harrison did a great job. You see Tateyama out on the hill trying to preserve lead, but Harrison a great job coming back out after the 2-hour and 15-minute rain delay. As you mentioned, really only one bad pitch tonight, and that was to Brian McCann. Derek Lowe ran into a double, and the ball Nelson Cruz should have had out in left field. A really nice job right there. The 1 walk, 6 strikeouts.
Leaves with a 4-3 lead. 1-2 to Gonzalez. Almost a nice catch by a fan in the 3rd row. And then he hears the boos from the crowd. Forgot to drop his phone, I guess, which may have been a good decision.
Tough without the glove. Bare-handed out there. The ball is spinning. Got a lot of pressure on you.
Two to Gonzalez. Tateyama missing away. Full count.
Tateyama going after him with the slider right there. And Gonzalez, a guy that likes to swing the bat, not up there looking for a walk.
Did Gonzalez go around? He did. Says the first base umpire, Corey Blazer.
Yeah, no question he goes around right there. Just can't hold up that fastball running in on the hands. Think more of frustration that you weren't able to hold up. Take a look at it now again. But clearly, I mean, that's bordering a full swing. I mean, that's not even close right there. That's just frustration, though.
So with 2 away, a pinch hitter, Brooks Conrad, will bat for Diori Hernandez. Conrad 7 for 26 as a pinch hitter this season with 2 pinch hit home runs.
Well, he hit one here the other night. I don't believe it was a pinch hit. He came in. Chipper Jones was out of the ball game. Excuse me, it was a pinch hit against the Mets. But that's why he's here. That's his strength. Coming off the bench, delivering that one swing that can tie a game, put him ahead.
9th inning Thursday night. Francisco Rodriguez on the mound. And this 2-run pinch hit home run tied the game. Conrad has 5 pinch home runs over the last 2 seasons. Tied for the most in all of baseball. And that game ended on a walk-off balk.
Well, and that was a huge win for the Braves. The Mets had taken the first couple games in the series. Braves were able to sneak one out. As you mentioned, B.J. Carrasco with the walk-off balk.
Or perhaps a balk-off.
A balk-off, yeah. You see Philadelphia widening the gap. Florida just 2 weeks ago looked great.
How about the Washington Nationals? They won their 8th consecutive game today.
Yeah, I expect them to be competitive. I don't expect them to compete for the division title, but they are going to be competitive. They're not going to be a team that you can just roll in and beat up. Zimmerman's back.
Full count. Freddie Gonzalez sending Eric Hinsky out into the on-deck circle. To bat for the pitcher line brink should Conrad reach. Payoff pitch to the pinch hitter Conrad, and Tateyama strikes him out. So the combination of Harrison and Tateyama striking out the side in the 7th. Six-year-old left-hander Johnny Venters, who has had an unbelievable season up until this point.
I mean, virtually unhittable. I mean, some of the numbers that he's put up to this point, just dominating.
As you see, leads all of baseball in earned run average, games, innings pitched. On Thursday night, finally allowed a run after a 22-inning scoreless streak. His earned run average at home, 0.47. 0-2 on Elvis Andrus, who has 2 hits today, scored 2 runs, including a steal at home. There's Brooks Conrad, who remains in the game at third base. The 0-2 from Venters. Fastball missing inside, now 1-2.
And what makes Venters so tough is not only does he throw hard, but he's got movement on every type of pitch. I mean, nothing's straight. So to get the barrel of the bat on the ball, very difficult. A lot of balls off the end of the bat, jammed. You just, as a hitter, you just don't seem to have an opportunity to square one up.
Conrad charging, tried to barehand it, could not. So the leadoff man is on for the Rangers once again.
Well, not much Conrad can do right here. You've got to come in. It's basically a do-or-die play. You see it hits the grass right there and shoots to Conrad's right. It doesn't take a true straight hop. A little bit of spin. There's Chipper Jones. Got a right adductor strain.
That's the third infield hit of the game for the Texas Rangers. So here's Josh Hamilton. And he fouls the first pitch back to the screen. 0-1. Hamilton 0 for 3, but he's reached base twice. He's driven in a run. And he scored a run back in the third. 0-2.
When you look at the movement of that ball right there, that's a fastball, 96, 97. It just dives to Hamilton's feet. I mean, watch this thing just run in. I mean, it just darts out of the zone.
The 0-2 from Venters. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rangers scored 2 in the first, 2 in the third. Braves have chipped away. It's a 1-run game. One away here at the top of the 8th.
That's what I'm talking about. It's just not fair. The ball's running in on Hamilton's hands, running in, and then you come back with a slider that runs away. You know, watch out. I mean, you just can't cover both sides of the plate.
So here's Adrian Beltre, 0 for 3. He has flied out in all 3 at bats. Andrews the runner on first, following his third hit today.
See Darren Oliver getting ready. Been very effective for Texas this year.
Nothing in 2.
I mean, as a hitter, you can't look for a pitch. You've got to look for a zone. You say, I'm looking for something away, or I'm looking for something inside, and then you just take your chances. But you can't go up there protecting or looking for a fastball or looking for a slider or looking for a particular pitch. Got to look for a zone.
Beltre down on strikes. Second consecutive strikeout for Venters. First Hamilton, and now Adrian Beltre.
I mean, and you've seen the type of, we just watched the MVP, basically last year's MVP, flail at a pitch. This ball bounces. Adrian Beltre offers at it. I mean, he's one of these guys, Venters, that as a hitter, sometimes you make up your mind before the pitch is even coming. I'm going to swing. I'm going to swing at this pitch.
So with 2 away, Michael Young at the plate as Venters once again throws over. Young 1 for 3, singled in a run back in the 3rd inning. Andrews goes. Here's the throw from McCann. It is not in time. Andrews with his 2nd stolen base today and 21st of the season.
Well, Ron Washington telling us that, the top of this Texas lineup, so important. Kinsler, Andrews, when they get on base, they can run, they make things happen. Now, Andrews only been caught 2 times this year, only 1 time caught by the catcher.
And they have scored 3 of the 4 Texas runs today.
Well, Wash told us before the game, those guys get on base, they're coming across the plate. He's been right.
Now 2-1 on Michael Young. Young, the 6-time All-Star. We showed you his 2 game-winning hits in All-Star games. Venters lets McCann make the play. And the Rangers are retired in the 8th. Andrews stranded, middle of the 8th. Rangers by a run. By Jeep and by the makers of New Bayer Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Atlanta. Rangers leading the Braves 4-3. Team sat through a 2-hour, 15-minute rain delay during the bottom of the 5th inning. These Rangers will return to Fox next Saturday as they host the New York Mets. As interleague play continues, Joe Mather will pinch hit for the pitcher Johnny Venters. Mather this season batting .219. He is 2 for 12 as a pinch hitter. There's so much talk a couple of weeks back about Wilson Valdez coming in and picking up the victory in that 19-inning game for the Philadelphia Phillies. Joe Mather's claim to fame on Fox Saturday Baseball up until this point, last April 20th in St. Louis, or April 17th, I should say, a game that I had the pleasure of working with Tim McCarver. 20-inning game between the Mets and the Cardinals. Mather pitched 2 innings, and unfortunately for Joe, suffered the loss.
Well, at least he got 2 innings in, and you got to watch a 20-inning ball game. Sounds like fun stuff.
That game was scoreless through 18. Each team scored a run in the 19th.
I'm sure you guys were excited about that. See, Tateyama, though, he's throwing well. He's got that breaking ball. It's almost like a frisbee. Very tough against the righties.
Here's the 2-2. Mather gets the bat on it.
You know, that sidearm comes at you about 89, 90.
Now, Tim McCarver had the great line at the bottom of the 19th. Mets had scored in the top of the 19th to take a 1-0 lead, and then I described the play and said, and the Cardinals tie the game at 1, and Tim said, of course they do. Mets would score a run off Mather in the top of the 20th inning, and here 14 months later, Mather strikes out. First out here in the bottom of the 8th. Well, you can like Fox Sports on Facebook and potentially win sports gear. Enter today at facebook.com/Fox Sports, where you'll find exclusive news, video, and games. Log on today to facebook.com/Fox Sports. Tateyama strikes out all 3 Braves that he faces today. .40-year-old left-hander Darren Oliver, now in his 24th professional season, made his major league debut back in September of '93.
Yeah, you know, he's been a starter, he's been a reliever, he's, you know, filled in a real nice role for Ron Washington. You see the numbers right there where Feliz 13 saves, the rest of the pen 5, but the bullpen is. It's been a tough spot for Ron Washington. A lot of turnover this year compared to last year, but one of the steady parts, this man right here, Darren Oliver.
And the first pitch to Jordan Schaefer, a called strike. Schaefer 0 for 3, reached on an error and scored back in the 3rd inning. Rangers in first place in the American League West. Braves second place, National League East. Texas won last night's game 6-2. Schaefer looking to bunt his way on. Here's the 40-year-old Oliver, and he throws it away. Schaefer on his way to second. Oliver attempting the backhanded toss. And the Braves with a runner in scoring position with only one out.
You see Ron Washington right there, hand on his head. That's not a play a veteran guy should make. But right there, I understand he's trying to get the out, but you can't compound anything. You throw that ball away. Now you've put the tying run on second base. You watch Colby Lewis last night make a great play, where he just kind of swiped at the ball, flipped it to the first base, but now he's got himself in trouble. And you want to see how you do it. Watch this. Hayward running. Watch this.
From just about the same spot. Fastball missing inside to Dan Uggla, ball one. Schaefer credited with an infield hit and then moved to second on the Oliver error. So the potential tying run is in scoring position with Dan Uggla at the plate. And now a change in scoring. Initially ruled a hit and an error. It has been changed to a two-base error.
I think that's pretty tough. I'm not so sure. I think that was a hit and an error. It was a tough play for Darren Oliver. But regardless, got a runner on second. Dan Uggla at the plate.
Uggla doubled in a run back in the third inning. His first hit off a left-handed pitcher in 30 at-bats. Now facing the lefty Oliver.
Hasn't had a home run against a left-hander.
Here's a shot. Deep center field. And this one is off the top of the wall. Schaefer will score. And we are tied at 4. Second run scoring double in this game for Uggla. And now Freddie Gonzalez will come out. And you wonder if they will go replay on this one.
It looked like it hit the yellow line, which
I thought it did actually.
I don't think that's. We can look at it right here. Yeah, that's blue yellow right there.
Yep. Right off the yellow line. So Uggla with his second RBI double. And now Jason Hayward steps in with one out. And the potential go-ahead run in scoring position. Line drive caught by Young. Throw to second. Uggla gets back in.
That's a great play by Michael Young. That ball heading down the line and just hit like a rocket, going away from the left-handed glove of Michael Young. And has the presence to get up and look Dan Uggla at second base.
Mike Maddox out for a chat. We take you back to the 6th inning. David Ross, you've heard from him throughout the game wearing a microphone for us. This is Ross when McCann homered back in the 6th.
I told you! Woo! Yeah, baby! Woo! I told you I was going to dig the Luke Bryan!
A called shot by David Ross.
That was a called shot right there. Oh, boy.
So here's McCann, 2 for 4 lifetime against Oliver. Ball one. McCann's home run in the 6th pulled the Braves to within a run. They have tied it here in the bottom of the 8th. Ball two.
You can't give him anything good to hit. I mean, you make Gonzalez go to his bench, or you're facing Wilkin Ramirez.
Now 3-0. The only position players remaining for the Braves, Eric Hinsky, who came out on deck earlier but did not bat, and Chipper Jones.
Chipper Jones.
There's Hinsky.
You better not give him anything around the plate here.
First base is open. Ugla takes his leadoff second. 3-1.
He worked the corner right there. That didn't look like anybody's going to hit.
No.
I take my chances with Wilkin Ramirez all day long over Brian McCann. You know, ironic tonight, the Texas Rangers, after playing great defense last night, allowed 3 unearned runs today. I mean, if they end up losing this game, they have nobody to blame but themselves. Nelson Cruz out in left field. Darren Oliver getting excited here. What a waste. Matt Harrison, no decision.
Playoff pitch to McCann. Fastball missing inside. Ball 4. Runners on first and second with 2 outs.
That pitch looked like it got a good part of the plate. Darren Oliver wanted it. Torey Alba wanted it.
So here's Wilkin Ramirez. Mike Maddox back to the walkie-talkie. Ramirez called up this morning. Facing Oliver. Bottom of the 8th inning. 2 outs in a tie game. Ramirez today 0 for 2 with a walk. Nice block by Torey Alba. Mark Lowe up and throwing in the Rangers' pen. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th inning, tied at 4. Oliver to Ramirez, 2-2.
Dan Ugla, coming into today's ball game, was 0 for his last 28 against left-handed pitching. 2 base hits against left-handers today.
Driving in a run both times. Full count with Freddie Freeman waiting on deck.
Well, and what that does, going to a full count, puts the runners in motion here. I say Wilkin Ramirez, a younger hitter, young guy, can make him expand the zone. You don't have to throw one right down the middle.
Runners go. Payoff pitch from Oliver. Called strike 3. Braves strand 2, but they tie the score. Dan Uggla driving in Jordan Schaefer. We head to the 9th, tied at 4. Two errors. How about the Braves? 4 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors. As Nelson Cruz leads off against the 4th Atlanta pitcher today. The right-hander Craig Kimbrell making his 36th appearance. And Joe Mather remains in the game at 3rd. Cruz 2 for 3 as Kimbrell blows another one by him.
Hey, well, you get Venners from the left side, Kimbrell from the right side. Not a lot of fun if you're a hitter. But Kimbrell has been essentially the closer all year long.
18 saves for Kimbrell. Most saves by a National League rookie prior to the All-Star break. No balls, 2 strikes. Nelson Cruz leading off for the Rangers here in the top of the 9th inning. Texas led 4-0. It's now 4-4 as Cruz strikes out.
Well, he goes after him with the hard fastball, and then what comes? The slider that bounces about 3 feet in front of home plate. But again, as a hitter, you don't have a chance. You've got to just basically, when you see a guy like Kimbrell or Venners, it's a guessing game. You run into one, you look real nice, and you can also look real bad.
So one away. Here's Mitch Moreland. 2 infield hits today. And he struck out his last time up. Braves have battled back from a 4-0 deficit. 3 of Atlanta's 4 runs unearned. Tolly Feliz and Mark Lowe in the Texas pen. In the bottom of the ninth, Braves will have Freeman, Gonzalez, and the pitcher spot due up. The 1-2, Moreland down on strikes. How about the Braves bullpen, Eric? 3 2/3. No runs, 6 strikeouts.
Yeah, and that's not surprising, though. That's one of the strengths of this ball club. The pitching staff is the strength of this ball club. And anytime you get in to the 6, 7, 8, 9, or you go extra innings, you have to compete against this Atlanta Brave bullpen. Most of the time, you're going to come out on the short end. That's why offensively, if they can just get anything going, this is a team that I think can really improve over the second part of this season.
Here's Torrealba with 2 away. He is 0 for 3 today. 9-game hitting streak in jeopardy.
I go back to the Braves. I say improve. Coming into today, they're tied for the wild card lead. Again, I don't think they've realized their potential.
First season under manager Freddie Gonzalez. 8 wins for Jair Jurgens and Tommy Hansen, who's now on the disabled list. Jurgens and Hansen 1 and 2 in the National League in earned run average.
Well, the pitching hasn't been the question, and they, offensively they felt like they addressed some things by bringing Dan Uggla over from the Florida Marlins. They thought he'd be a cog in the middle of that lineup, and up to this point he hasn't been that. But that doesn't mean that he won't be that guy that was so important for Florida for so many years.
Big game today for Uggla. 3-1. Kimbrel missing away, so Torrealba heads down to first, and Endy Chavez will pinch hit for the pitcher Darren Oliver. A visit from pitching coach Roger McDowell. So Torrealba on at first. Chavez will pinch hit, batting .348 this season in limited action. 1 for 1 as a pinch hitter.
And he's the type of guy that may have a chance against a guy like Kimbrel, because he's not up there trying to drive the ball to the alleys. He's up there hoping to put the bat on the ball. You see the Braves bullpen, how dominant it's been this year.
First pitch to Chavez, in for strike 1. 97 miles per hour from Craig Kimbrel. Nothing in 2. Chavez best remembered for his catch in Game 7 of the 2006 National League Championship Series while playing for the Mets, although they would go on to lose that game to the St. Louis Cardinals. 0-2. Chavez strikes out on 3 pitches. We head to the bottom of the ninth with Freeman, Gonzalez, and the pitcher's spot due up. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Sprint. All together now. Bottom of the ninth inning at Atlanta. In a tie game, 28-year-old right-hander Mark Lowe, the fourth Texas Rangers pitcher in today's game. His 21st appearance. The starter, Matt Harrison, went 6 1/3, allowed 3 runs, only 1 earned. Lowe will face Freddie Freeman to lead off for the Braves here in the bottom of the ninth. Freeman has struck out 3 times today. There's Eric Hinske, who we expect will pinch hit for the pitcher Craig Kimbrell, who is due up third.
Hey, no question, Hinske will get an opportunity to try and hit one out of the ballpark. Freeman, very capable. See, there's Chipper Jones. Doesn't look like he's an option tonight. Again, though, you mentioned Matt Harrison for the Rangers threw a great ball game. Texas swung the bat pretty well, but again, it comes down to defense. And 2 errors tonight. They're tied for last in the American League now with the most errors with the Oakland A's. Got to be able to catch the ball.
Five errors in this game for the two teams combined, as Lowe misses inside 1-1 to Freeman. Texas led 4-0. Middle of the third inning. Braves have battled back with 2 in the third, a run in the sixth, and a run in the eighth. Dan Uggla driving in 2 of the Atlanta runs. Brian McCann, a solo homer in the sixth. The 1-2, Freeman fouls it back to the screen. Freeman strikes out for the 4th time today. So with 1 away, here's Alex Gonzalez. Gonzalez 0 for 3. And 0 for his last 13 overall.
But a dangerous hitter. This is a guy that can hit one in the gaps, can run into one, hit one out of the ballpark. You know he's going to go up there swinging the bat. There's Eric Hinske. Had a number of big hits for this ball club.
Gonzalez, 23 home runs last season for the Blue Jays and the Braves, tying his career high. Now 2-0.
I'm guessing if it's anywhere close, Alex is going after it, and he will not get cheated.
Lowe missing away. Ball 3. Gonzalez walks on 4 pitches. So here's Eric Hinske. Out to pinch hit for Craig Kimbrell. with one out. And Alex Gonzalez on at first.
And see what that walk does, besides putting a runner at first, it opens up the right side. Got to hold Gonzalez at first, a left-handed hitter, Hinske at the plate. You see that gap right there, wide open. And then what also happens is Michael Young at first base, he'll hold the line. He's not going to break off of the bag because he wants to prevent a double down the line.
So 1-1 to Hinske, now 1-2.
That's a nice pitch by Lowe. He starts the fastball away and it continues to run off of the plate. Watch where this starts, and it just continues to move further and further away. He doesn't want to give Hinske anything that he can pull, let alone pull it into the seats, but pull it through that right side.
Hinske down on strikes. Second strikeout of the inning for Lowe. So with two away, here's Joe Mather batting for the second time. Struck out leading off the eighth inning.
So defensively, you've got both the corners holding the line. You got the outfield playing deep. Now the Rangers saying, look, you're going to have to hit it out of the ballpark to score the runner from first. Now look how deep that outfield is.
One and two now on Mather. 98-mile-per-hour fastball from Mark Lowe.
Well, you want to make the pitch right here. You don't want to go 3-2, because if you go 3-2, then Alex Gonzalez at first base gets the running start. See Gonzalez there.
Two and Mather strikes out. So we head to the 10th here in Atlanta. Field in Atlanta. We head to the 10th inning with the Rangers and the Braves tied at 4. Scott Proctor about to pitch the 10th for Atlanta. There have been 22 combined strikeouts in this game as Lowe struck out the side for the Rangers in the bottom of the 9th. So now we move to the 10th with Ian Kinsler leading off.
Well, and what happens when you go extra innings? You get in danger where the guys going up to the plate are trying to end it in one swing. That promotes more strikeouts, more swings and misses, instead of going up there and trying to just get down to first base. We talked about it at the top of the show. Most important guys for the Rangers, the top of the lineup.
Major League leading 16th extra inning game for the Braves this season. Chipper Jones said recently, this team has taken 10 years off my life.
Well, at least they've been winning a lot of those. That's be even worse if they were playing extra inning games and losing them.
Yeah, they've won 9 out of the 15 they've played. Kinsler with a base hit down the right field line, around first, heading for second. So Ian Kinsler in with a stand-up double, leading things off for the Rangers here in the 10th.
Well, this pitch down and away, and Kinsler just goes with it. Not much of a stride, just shoots it right down the line. Freddie Freeman playing way off the bag. I mean, nothing you can do about that. Just play it to a double. All right, he's bunt. Bunt, bunt, bunt. As we said, leave it up to the middle of the lineup. Top sets the table.
Andrews with 3 hits today. Fastball missing high. Ball 1 for the Rangers. It's only their 6th extra inning game. Texas just 1-4.
I did not see him square around right there.
Now he squares. Takes ball 2.
I still say you've got to bunt. You know, sometimes it's tempting. You got 2-0. If you have a veteran hitter up there, maybe you let him decide, I'm going to bunt, am I going to swing? With a young hitter, got to have him bunt still.
Attempts the bunt. And it winds up in the first row. Up against the netting. So 2-1 on Andrews with no outs, top of the 10th inning. And Ian Kinsler in scoring position. A look at those extra inning records so far this season. Here's George Sherrill in the Braves pen. Now 2-2 on Andrews. For the Rangers, their only win in extra innings back on May 18th in Kansas City in 11 innings. They beat the Royals 5-4. They have lost their other 4 extra inning games, including 2 days ago to the Yankees in 12 innings, 3-2. Top of the 10th, 4-4 game. The 2-2 to Andrews, and he fouls it off to the right side.
Well, Andrews doing a nice job of fighting the ball off. And remember, he hits a ground ball to the right side. Still just as good as bunting the runner over. What he has to do is spread his feet and just make contact right now.
Bounce to the third baseman, Mather. He looks Kinsler back to second and then throws out Andrews.
Well, Mather doing a nice job. First, he fields the ball, doesn't look ahead. Now, see, you look at the lead that Kinsler has, you think maybe you throw, but Uglin not there. You'd have to hit him on the run. You're not the regular third baseman. Make sure of 1 out.
And now Proctor will intentionally walk Josh Hamilton and pitch to Adrian Beltre.
As in most cases, there's always that one guy that you pick on the opposing team. You say, this guy will not beat me. Josh Hamilton, picked by many opposing clubs when facing the Texas Rangers.
So with first and second one out, here's Beltre, who is 0 for 4 today, and he takes ball 1. Braves bullpen has been outstanding. They have not allowed a run in 4 1/3, and they've struck out 7.
Well, again, that tends to happen. You know, you get teams start swinging for the fence. We've had the 2+ hour rain delay.
Now Proctor steps off. Kinsler the runner on second. Hamilton on at first with 1 out. Top of the 10th inning in a 4-4 game. Beltre into the gap in left center. Kinsler rounding third. And the Rangers take a 5-4 lead. 51st run batted in of the season for Adrian Beltre.
Beltre up there swinging at the first pitch. You see what he has done in today's ball game. Not seeing a lot of pitches. This one right over the plate. Beltre gets it out to left center. You watch Kinsler at second. He freezes. Schaefer gets it in. Gonzalez unable to get it cleanly. See Wash out there checking on Beltre, saying nice job. And not coming out quick. And remember, he's had leg problems. He's had ankle issues over the course of his career.
So Kinsler scores the go-ahead run. Became the 6th Texas leadoff man to reach base today. 3 of them have scored.
Well, an important run still out there at third base, and Josh Hamilton. I'm sure you've got the 1-run lead, but you'd like to give Feliz, who comes in at the bottom of the 10th, a bit of a cushion.
Now 2-1 on Young. Neftali Feliz in the Texas pen. Rangers lead 5-4, top of the 10th inning. Young, right center. And the catch is made by the second baseman Uggla for out number 2. Well, you saw Ron Washington out to chat with Beltre moments ago. This is last night. Beltre around third, comes home with a bit of a limp.
Yeah, I mean, not running cleanly. And again, you know, these guys are out there playing not 100% all the time. But out there nonetheless.
So here's Nelson Cruz with first and third, 2 outs. Cruz 2 hits today. He's 2 for 4. Braves will have the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 10th inning. Schaefer, Uggla, and Hayward. One and one. Scott Proctor, the 5th Atlanta pitcher. Starter Derek Lowe went 5. Did not come out following the rain delay of 2 hours 15 minutes.
Proctor very deliberate out there, taking his time, gathering himself. Doesn't do wonders for your fielders.
Proctor strikes out Cruz to end the inning, but the Rangers score a run. They lead 5-4. As we head to the bottom of the 10th, we'll return after these messages from your local station. We'll try and close out the Atlanta Braves here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Feliz with 13 saves for the Rangers in 24 appearances this season. Some other changes in the field for Texas. Nelson Cruz moves from left over to right field. David Murphy now in the game in left. And moving to first base, Mitch Moreland. So Feliz will face the top of the Braves order: Jordan Schaefer, Dan Uggla, and Jason Hayward. Schaefer leading off. He's 0 for 4, but he's reached on errors twice today and has scored 2 runs. He has scored on both Dan Uggla doubles.
But as you mentioned, I mean, Schaefer's job right now as the leadoff hitter, as the leadoff guy in this inning, just get on base.
0-2, 98-mile-per-hour fastball from Feliz.
Yeah, Feliz not messing around. Just saying, hey, here you go. Take a good hack at this and good luck.
Schaefer strikes out on 3 pitches. The 14th strikeout by Texas pitchers in this game. So with 1 away, here's Dan Uggla. Had been 0 for 29 against left-handed pitching. Doubles down the left field line, driving in a run to the 3rd. And then in the 8th, another run scoring double. This one tied the game at 4.
That's what the Braves need. They need Dan Uggla to show up. And, you know, the one thing that Freddie Gonzalez has talked about is his ability to stay positive. The Braves get him, they can make a move. You know, I will say this. The tough thing about Dan Uggla and where he is as a player, as a hitter, is you try and make up your whole season in one game or 1 week, and it's not going to happen. It's going to take you 3 months to dig out of this.
Fastball missing away, now 3-1.
I don't care what Dan Uggla's done this year. Right now, he's going to zone one up, look for something he can drive out of the ballpark. Got to be careful if you're Feliz.
Jason Hayward waiting on deck. The 3-1 from Feliz. Line drive, knocked down by Beltre. He fires across, hit first slide, and Uggla is out at first.
I mean, this is just an absolute rocket. And that gets a lot of hand right there. I'm not so sure that got glove. You see Uggla right there. When you hit the ball like that, you're not going to sprint. You think he's caught it. You're frustrated. You're like, oh, my goodness, what a year. Then you see he drops it. But that's just been his season. I'll tell you, though, Beltre is good at hands as anybody.
Drove in the go-ahead run in the top half and now makes a tremendous throw for out number 2. Here's Hayward. Braves down to their final out. Jason Hayward today is 0 for 4. This game started 5.5 hours ago.
Really? Just 5.5?
Feels like more, huh?
Oh, it's gone quick.
Team sat through a 2-hour, 15-minute rain delay. Braves battled back from a 4-run deficit. Adrian Beltre with the go-ahead run batted in the top of the 10th inning. And now the 1-1 from Feliz, missing high, 2-1.
Wash getting a little nervous, does not want that man on deck. You see Wash say, come on, let's just go after Hayward. We do not want McCann up at the plate with a chance to tie or win the ball game.
Rangers lead Seattle by a half game in the American League West. Mariners and Phillies will get underway about 25 minutes from now in Seattle. Braves down to their final strike here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Feliz delivers, and that will do it. The 15th strikeout by a Texas Rangers pitcher in this game. And the Rangers in 10 defeat the Atlanta Braves by the score of 5-4. Time now for the Valvoline Next Gen Right Play of the Game. Adrian Beltre off Scott Proctor, top of the 10th inning, driving home Ian Kinsler with what proved to be the game-winning run. So the Rangers, with only their second extra inning victory of the season, back to Atlanta after these messages from your local Fox station.